Beautiful.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Dude, I think you've got enough trees, okay? The local population of animals is devastated. Ow!
Flash packet, she said until me. Way, hey, low the man down.
Oh my god, we're sailing. Oh, this is cool. So we can just go anywhere? And if those sultry voices just unlocked something deep within you, you will be happy to know that they got the same dude who did the shanties in Black Flag to do the shanties in this game too. Oh, this is nice. Ship battery control. Oh. Oh. And the combat is just Black Flag combat, but if the captain isn't on the guns, you can use them too. Oh, we're fighting. Oh, we're fighting. We're fighting. We're fighting. We're fighting. Here it comes. Here it comes. Broadside.
God, Lossless is
Behind us,
better
they're shooting
now.
our rear end, Captain. I'm helping, I think. Oh my god, that was a good hit. Oh, they're dead in the water. Their engine exploded. Solid kill on my part. You're welcome, Captain. You're welcome. We're getting rammed. I mean, come on. You couldn't ask for a more perfect spiritual successor to Black Flag, besides maybe Black Flag itself, which hilariously, we're apparently getting that this year too.
They'll fight across a treacherous.
Oh, apparently they're remastering Assassin's Creed Black Flag now because of this game.
Oh, you didn't hear about that yet?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know they were doing that.
Black Flag could never.
Yeah, it's not just a remaster. They're actually adding a bunch of content too.
Let me sail a 17th century galleon with my only legally blind friend. Ori, I see you. The Quackalacan arrives. Wow.
Quackalacan green.
Looks majestic.
Thank you.
Very nice.
It has seen a fair share of battles.
I believe it. Wow. Now this is a pirate ship. Holy moly. Man. I'm so poor. We would need 100 wood, 20 nails, 20 coarse fabric, and 10 ropes.
That is easy.
Launch the ship.
Beautiful. I think I like it better with the lossless though, because it is sitting at like 50 frames. It isn't lying about that. Yeah, it's much better with the lossless on. I guess Black Flag will go on my stream. It's been a very heavy naval year with the Rust naval update, Windrose, Black Flag remaster. I'm playing a lot of EVE Online. It appears that I've gone like full ship captain mode, and I've left MMOs pretty much entirely, really. Well, no, that's not true. I play FFXI. Fortnite, Overwatch. Wait, am I going the right way? No, I'm not. Shit.
And every time I talk to you, you ramble about how you quit FFXI.
Yeah, I've had a love-hate relationship with the older games that I'm playing this year, and I did quit EVE and Rust and FFXI there in November for like 4 months. And I tried to completely just stop playing the older games that I used to play. But it didn't work. The nice thing about FFXI is it just never ends. It, like, in WoW you hit the cap and you hit the eye level cap and it just, you know, ends pretty much. You just stand around in town and farm, gold, buy stuff on the auction house, transmog, right? It doesn't end, but it like the grind ends. FFXI doesn't end. It just goes on forever. You could cap out all the characters, but by the time you did that, it would be 20 years. My real fear, what spurred all that was fucking Turtle WoW got shut down. And with that, I had this existential fucking crisis panic moment where I was like, what if FFXI Horizon is shut down by Yoshi P? I wouldn't put it past them. And I had put like 600 fucking... I don't know. I don't know what my playtime is. I could look, but I don't want to. I think it's like 190 days or something crazy. And I just don't want to lose that. So I went back to retail, but retail isn't the same game. You can't get 6-man parties and heal the way you can heal in a WoW dungeon. You can do that on the private server of FFXI, but you can't do that on the retail server. So the whole point of the game is sort of defunct unless you want to solo. And I don't want to pay Square Enix for Final Fantasy XI. I've been doing that for 23 years. I don't want to pay Blizzard for WoW either. But I will if, you know, if there's a reason, like an expansion or whatever. I will run keys with you anytime, buddy, if you want. But I would have to start at the bottom.
Yeah, you need to go level yourself up and all that shit.
You mean the eye level?
Now, what's your eye level at?
Oh, I don't remember. What's the current eye level at right now? Is it like 200 or something? I'm completely heroic geared. Whatever that number is, I don't know.
The hero gear starts at like 259.
Yeah, so I'm full. I think I'm like 261. Sounds right, I think. I love Fistweaver. I will always take a chance to play it, you know? Because it's like one of my favorite things. You just press a button, melee shit, throw a heal, you know, spot heal if you need to, but you just fucking, it's the ultimate, you know, like lol fit roll face spec in the game. I think only Brewmaster is worse. You can just press a button and it full heals you while you kill something. You don't do a lot of damage, but you don't die. I melee in all the heroics and everything. Because it's safer, honestly. Melee do not have to avoid fire like healers do. Which is why I fucking love Fistweaver. You can really get into the fight, you know? You're standing there right next to your melee friends.
Oh, found out where we can buy some larger ships.
Sweet. I am on the next thing of this quest. Just rescuing
Ship
sailors.
design frigate. a vicious 36 gun ship.
Frigates are good.
So it takes rank 4 favor and 3,000 silver coins.
Yep, we'll probably work our way up to from frigate to destroyer to cruiser.
Oh.
And
Keep in
that-
mind, we get favor with them from turning in pirate insignias, so
we
I
have
need you to
sink a lot of
aggressively
ships.
hunt pirate ships down for me.
How about with you?
Oh, no, preferably we're each in our own ship hunting them down separately because they're all over the place.
No, but you have to kill the pirates on the ship, right? Which takes forever solo.
No, you don't.
Oh, you don't? Oh, no, you just gotta sink the
When,
ships?
when you
Okay.
board them, at least from the ones we've done so far, all boarding gets you is extra silver coins. You still get the ship loot from sinking the ship.
Don't we need a lot of silver coins?
Not so badly that you need to board every single one. You should be able to handle them yourself, but it's less of an issue. Like, the main concern is getting the insignias so we can get the rep, because those are rep tokens.
Oh, there's a hat in this chest, like a nice blue hat. Privateer's tricorn. It's got the same... Oh, no, it's not as good as that one that you gave me. I thought it was, like, actually a good piece of gear. Okay, I've freed the captured sailors now. Now I go back and repair the ship.
Yeah, it goes a lot faster when we already have the map explored and we have little teleports set up to most of those islands.
I don't want to sail around. I want to man a gun on your ship. I
That's unavoidable.
don't want to sail.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm exploring the map. Maybe I'll even find out where iron can be found, and then we'll be able to actually get some better gear.
Yeah.
That's the real goal, is get iron.
I could cheat if you want. I'll tell you what to do.
No, don't cheat.
Okay.
That gets rid of the point of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just offering. Yeah, missing out on the exploration might actually cost us too. Oops. These mobs look cool. I like the crabs. No, don't kill me. Can't really tell if there's bullet drop in this game or not. God damn it. God damn it. Fucking annoying.
Well, my ship got sunk, but I managed to land on an island in higher level shores.
Oh, your ship sunk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if I lose my shit or if I can just go back to port and repair it, but
Oh,
getting
yeah.
to this island was more important. Although it looks like it's a dinky island with nothing on it, unfortunately.
What sank your ship? A pirate?
Yeah, I just took two level 8 pirate ships. Alright, yeah, I can confirm there's nothing on this fucking island I just lost my boat for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That sucks.
Well, at least boats are replaceable.
Yeah. I'm really hoping one of these islands out here is going to have iron on it, because that'll be the thing that really makes a difference.
God damn crabs. I sank down too far. Gotta sit up. Ugh. Don't break your arm. It sucks so bad. I'm too old to break an arm. Ugh. Ugh. No. Oh, cute little kitty. Ugh. I have to rescue this crew, which is gonna take a while.
That's fine. Like I
Yeah.
said, I'm exploring, trying to find iron right now.
Soloing ships is a tall order. Six of them.
Should have to solo 6 ships. Are you talking about pirates?
Oh yeah, maybe it's just I have to. No, it's the crew. There's 6 crew members on 3 ships. I think is what it is.
Well, the crew you're trying to save are on islands. They're not on
Is it
ships.
on, it's on. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, you just have to raid pirate camps. And
Oh,
just be
good.
a
Never mind.
pirate
That-
you have to kill. It's
Oh,
easy
good. Okay.
stuff.
Yeah.
This is starter quest stuff. Of course, it's not that hard.
I thought I had to liberate sailors from ships, and I thought that was going to be hard.
Nope, just low-level pirate camps.
Sweet. Well, I'm on my way very slowly.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Ship crew aboard. There it goes. There it is. All right. Let's sail.
I'm kind of like your protector, because I actually have plans.
Oh my god. The first song that plays is Drunken Sailor. This is incredible.
Autopilot
Also, I don't know if
jumping.
I've mentioned this yet, but Corey is really blind. Wow, my island is bigger than I thought. We're gonna crash, Corey, we're gonna crash, we're gonna crash, we're gonna crash. There's so much to... Oh, Corey, you ran aground. You good?
I did. I was looking at the other direction.
And, okay,
Warp drive
Corey, what are we
active.
doing? This is an experience that I hope to never forget, and I would like much more of. I can't get over how good this looks. This is so cool. Are you shooting at me? Corey, I'm right in front of you.
Nope.
If you too would like to see more of Corey,
Approaching
he will be
Stargate.
joining me on Twitch 2 hours after I post this video.
Oh. Earthquake.
Wait, what? You're in an earthquake right now?
I was.
This is the second time that I've recorded you being in an earthquake.
Oh, there's an earthquake. 1 second. Like a real earthquake? Yeah.
You gotta get out
Yeah,
of
it's
there, dude.
actually.
You gotta come home. If you're watching this the day I posted, I would come say hi. Corey's gonna be dead any day now at this rate. This might be your last chance to see him before he's crushed in the rubble of his apartment building. That ship is at
Nope,
half health.
smaller
Doing pretty good.
earthquake.
Small earthquake again?
Yeah.
That's okay, it'll add to the ship combat. But truly, this might be the best pirate game of all time. Honestly, Black Flag blows it out of the water in terms of characters and story, obviously. But this game is still in early access. I'm honk shoeing right now, dude. I'm fully honk
I have wall portals. Would you rather those than these standing ones?
Yes, peasants. If this is the rough outline, then the final game, hopefully, will be truly next level. Some might even say quadruple A. Anywho, Ubisoft trolling aside, I am going to go back to playing this game now instead of editing it because it's really fun. I should get a tattoo. So thank you for having a giggle with me
Autopilot
today.
jumping.
I hope you had a giggle. If not, there's a refund button down below. It just looks like a subscribe button, but I promise it will refund you if you click it. I've been your host, John Fowl Eel. I hope something good happens to you today. And should you give me the privilege of your time again next Saturday, then I guess I will see you next. Spilling oil. It's a hot night for Argentinians until our beer burns over $4. Dr. A, Pascal, Stratos, Salem New Money Again, Augusto Magnino, Alvaro 1000, 757, Lawless Adventure, Midnight Fire, Casual Carry, Operation War XD.
Stop it. Get some help.
Goodbye.
Approaching Stargate.
Hello, братишки и сестренки, с вами, как всегда, Дэнни. Песочница – один из всех жанров, где у каждого задрота свой фаворит.
Then why did you load this if it's in a different language?
Even as somebody who's enjoyed Starfield for what it is, I have to admit there's definitely still something not quite right with it. And if you played the game or watched anybody who's played it, you probably will know what I mean. There's a lot of different reasons people give for why the game hasn't met expectations, but I've never really been fully convinced by any of the arguments that I've heard. And maybe that's because it's coming from someone who is genuinely in love with space games, which I think gives me a unique perspective on the subject, having covered a lot of games in the genre. But what I've heard a lot is that the main problem could be the story. And yeah, it's definitely not their strongest one yet. It didn't pull me in maybe like some of the other games that they've made, like Skyrim and Fallout, but then I got to thinking that when I remember those games, the things that I enjoyed most about them were never the main stories. In fact, they weren't really even that good. The stuff that was good about them were the weird side quests that you'd run into, the environmental storytelling that was so good with those worlds, the lore that they built around those. So that didn't, again, fully convince me. The other thing I've heard a lot is about the loading screens. There's a lot of them. Definitely, it segments a lot of the experience. And there's also a lot of repetition with the content that you do end up finding. And those are definitely problems, but Bethesda games have always had versions of loading screens and have always repeated content, so that too wasn't quite getting at what I felt intuitively was probably the issue. So here's what I think was actually the problem with Starfield. It actually can't hold on to its own immersive thread. And that's one of the most critical things to achieve, especially when you're making a space game, which this is the first one Bethesda's ever made, so I very strongly suspect that this is something that they didn't fully yet appreciate when they were making the game. So let's first talk about the loading screens, because it's definitely not the real problem, but they're a good place to start. For a long time, loading screens were just part of how games worked, and you went from one area to the next within a few seconds. It just carried on afterward. It didn't feel like anything. The experience actually stayed intact. But that's changed. There's been a whole new generation of players that have grown up with games like GTA 5 or Red Dead Redemption 2, where the world just keeps going. There are no loading screens, so you never feel like it breaks. You never feel the seams. You just feel like you're in that universe. But the thing is that the people who built Starfield, like Todd Howard and other devs of his generation, came up in an era where loading screens were invisible to people. It's not because they weren't there, it's just that we were used to them. That's how games worked back then. I don't think that expectation has ever really fully been updated for them, and maybe a lot of the lead devs at the studio. And as a result, every transition in Starfield is completely exposed. It's a static screen, a progress bar, a hard stop. You're not moving through the world anymore. You're just waiting for the next part to load, and you're looking at something that's perhaps completely unrelated to the activity at hand. So it's just like this mental block that gets right in the way of you feeling immersed in the experience. Now, on its own, it's manageable. Like, if it happens only once or twice, I think people could live with it, but it happens a lot, and that compounds over time. Every interruption pulls you further and further out from the experience, and it just gets harder and harder to get involved with what's going on. So loading screens are more of the symptom of the problem. The problem isn't necessarily the loading screens, it's how they're managed and how they break your immersion, how they break the connective thread between each activity you're doing. But here's where things get really interesting, because there's a second problem underneath that one, and it's more specific to space games and Starfield in general. Bethesda have always been good at one particular thing: dense, authored spaces, curated environments where almost everything you find feels really intentional, because it is. I mean, they did a good job with this in the past. That's what the engine they've built was made to do. It's good at doing environmental storytelling. It's very detailed. It can hold a lot of entities, a lot of objects that you can find, and it works because the worlds they used to do were pretty well scaled around that engine. Except there's a design goal baked into that approach that gets in the way a bit. The idea that within a given stretch of the game, players should be able to find something to do, something that's interesting, that's authored by the developers. In Skyrim, you won't notice that as strongly because it feels appropriately dense, but in Starfield, it's a space game, and that philosophy runs headfirst into problems with trying to simulate space. When you land on a planet, the game generates a tile, a bounded chunk of terrain like a square on the surface of a planet, and it's designed to contain enough content to justify you being there. There's points of interest, some variation through the place, maybe you'll find some like geological features. And because the goal is always to fill that tile with something, the system never has to think about what's beyond the edges of it. The space doesn't need to exist beyond those borders. You were never really even supposed to reach them. And you can feel that over time. The horizon no longer feels real, you just know that there's an edge to it somewhere. The world doesn't feel like it's continuous because, well, it isn't. It actually ends. But just think if those tiles could bleed into one another, if the terrain actually kept going in some form past where the authored stuff ends, the world would feel dramatically larger because the horizon would feel like it means something. You have this sense that there was more out there, that sense of wonder that they were really trying to get us to feel, even though most of us never did. Unfortunately, I think that runs up into the problems of the creation engine in the first place. That would require us moving through those spaces much faster than we can. It would have to be much more fluid, close to the surface, and that would be really hard for them to pull off. But that doesn't mean that it can't be fixed in some way. And I think Bethesda have actually started to try doing this. If you guys haven't heard about the Free Lanes and Terra Armada updates, they added in something called Cruise Mode, which was a genuinely good addition. It connects parts of the experience that used to feel completely isolated.
It needed to be
and
better.
lets time pass inside the world instead of outside of it, and that matters a lot more than it might sound. It hasn't really been fully carried through yet, and that's still the problem. Dropping onto a planet really is still a hard cut. There's no entry, no transition, there's no sense of arriving. You just appear and there's this animation that's basically the same for everywhere you go. And this is a game design decision that I think was missing the idea or the soul of a space game. There are other games that also have loading screens that have actually done this better in my opinion. For example, if you played Star Wars Outlaws, and say what you will about the story, I know not a lot of people like it, but the way that they did the space to ground and ground to space transitions put you behind the ship and made you feel like, even if you couldn't control where you were going in atmosphere, that you were actually flying into the atmosphere of the planet itself. So it didn't break that immersive thread, it was just continuous all the way down, almost like you were partly playing a game and partly being witness to a movie. And it was a cool idea, a very cool concept that they executed very, very well. So this is what I mean about design decisions and how that impacts your experience with a game and how important that is for a space game. Now, dealing with the issue with the way planet tiles load in is definitely a much harder problem to tackle, but think, for example, if they would have loaded in the adjacent tiles as you approach them, so even if you couldn't get to them without some sort of loading screen transition, what you see would actually be what you get. Imagine that you could see, for example, a point of interest beyond in the next tile, and then you would know that if you kept going, you would keep running into stuff. Funnily enough, this is exactly what No Man's Sky does, and their repetition of their, locations that you find are way more egregious. It's just that people don't complain about it because the planets feel immersive. It feels like you can keep traveling and stop whenever you want to land at one of these locations if you really need to. But I'm not going to pretend that fixing all of this would have fixed Starfield. I think ultimately, many people were never going to be satisfied with Starfield because the nature of space games. It's impossible to meet people's expectations with the current limitations of today's technology. You can't make a space game without doing repetition. Our minds are just too good at picking up on patterns. It's impossible to create infinite variations. Even if you generate some kind of algorithm to do it, we've seen from games like No Man's Sky that author planets automatically that you still see similarities between them because of the underlying code. Even if it's way more complex than our forebrains can understand, somehow our minds can still see that there are patterns. So again, I don't think space games will ever meet everybody's expectations. But for those who could still find enjoyment out of that, the moments that were important in other Bethesda games are still there. There are still weird side quests you can find. There's still good environmental storytelling. The stuff that Bethesda's good at is still there, it's just that the experience keeps pulling you out of it before you can get into it, or before you've stayed long enough to care. Starfield doesn't need to be a bigger game then. I mean, it would hurt, but it really, more importantly, just needs to feel more continuous. And right now, it still feels like it's caught between two ideas. One that understands why that matters, and one that hasn't quite let go of how things used to work. So what do you guys think? Do you feel I've gotten closer to the core issue with Starfield? Or is it something else entirely for you? Again, I don't think everybody's gonna like Starfield, just by the nature of it being a space game, but I would still be interested to know your thoughts down below, so please share them. And if Starfield never does end up getting fixed, if there's never a comeback, at least I hope sharing these sorts of thoughts helps somebody make a better space game in the future. Anyway guys, hope you liked the video, and hope to see you in the next one.
Fuck, I'm gonna have to go back soon, and it's so long. Why did this get reversed? Damn it. I guess I should put down something. I don't know.
No, too fat. Too ugly. Next. Way too old. You a match with me? Next. Who's this? Next. That's who it is. Oh, yeah, she's kind of cute. Next.
Stop. Oh no.
Welcome back everyone, this is another Star Citizens video. This will not be a gameplay video, this is a follow-up little clip that comes just after I released the main gameplay video about Star Citizens, let's say, personal opinion in 2026 in comparison with Elite Dangerous, because
I struggle to understand what you're saying, and I don't care about Scam Citizen enough to watch this. I'm sorry.
After yesterday's surprise EXO experts announcement, the community immediately started pushing back, ranging from...
No, this is a Helldivers video.
This is Starfield, a game that I think is criminally
Oh, your
underrated.
mic, buddy.
Starfield released in
What is that, like a
2023 on
PlayStation
Steam
mic?
and Xbox, and only very, very recently came to PS5. Though a commercial success for Bethesda and critically well received, fans rated the game incredibly poorly, and it is currently sitting on Mixed on Steam, having previously been mostly negative. Since it came out, lots of people have made videos rightfully clowning on some aspects of the game, and it has kind of been the consensus across the internet that Starfield is subpar.
I blocked it! I parried!
When I bought the game, it was initially with the plan to make fun of it myself. However, I discovered something very, very different. Starfield is actually a great game, despite popular belief, and I'm here to tell you exactly why. To preface this, I would like to say that I am not typically a huge Bethesda fan. I have played Skyrim and a tiny bit of Fallout, I'm pretty sure everyone has, but I don't consistently wait for their games to come out, and I don't consistently pre-order everything that they release. So this is kind of a more unbiased take. The first gripe that many people seem to have is the exploration. I would argue back that the only parts of the exploration system which are flawed is the open world planet environments, which are randomly generated, and you are hardly ever there unless you really, really want to be. The comparisons that many people draw to No Man's Sky are fairly valid, as Starfield takes a similar approach in randomly generating an entire galaxy. People are right in complaining this can feel haphazardly put together at some points, as many POIs and locations feel like they were thrown together from random assets rather than being handcrafted like you'd see in a typical Bethesda game. While this is a problem, No Man's Sky has the exact same one, and this is coming from someone who has upwards of 160 hours in that game. And in addition, while I find exploration interesting personally, and have spent many hours in the game simply trying to fill out everything on my scanner on any given planet, it is not necessary. The game never asks you to go out and build an outpost or explore aimlessly for hours. Never in the campaign is there a quest or even an achievement that requires you to max out a ton of different planets. And what's more, most of the plot important areas that you will be spending most of your time in and doing most of your quest from are actually handcrafted and well designed, like most Bethesda games. So really this isn't much of an issue, at least when you're actually playing it. And for me, just seeing all the crazy wildlife that Bethesda has come up with is worth it, even if the exploration can be boring at times. I'm really into Spec Evo, and for some reason, a lot of the creatures in this remind me from stuff from The Teeming Universe, which is one of my favorite books, written by Kristen Klein. I'd really recommend it, by the way. Now let's get to some of the good stuff. There are 3 major cities in Starfield, as well as many smaller others. The first is Aquila City, shown on screen now. It is home to the Freestar Collective, who has been at war with another faction called the UC for a long, long time. It is kind of Western-inspired, as is the entire...
Hey, Kat, are you near a fast travel at all?
The second major city
I'm on a boat right now, yeah.
You will be spending most of your time here, at
I
least
see
if
where
you
you
plan
are.
on doing
Okay.
the main story or the UC quest, and it is home to the United Colonies, which is basically the largest military power in the Starfield universe. The third and final major city is Neon, which from a design perspective I am fine with. I don't typically have any qualms with Cyberpunk, but it has been pointed out to feel like a theme park area, just some shoved-in Cyberpunk area, and unfortunately I do think that is true. Neon feels weirdly out of place.
I like
compared to
Aquila.
the rest of the cities in the game, and it's not hard to see why. It
So does
doesn't fit the space
Paradiso, and
context
Paradiso
at all.
was unfinished.
This is unfortunate, as the outside of Neon is actually quite promising. I love the concept of a city floating on the ocean which uses electricity for power. From the distance, it almost looks like a massive oil rig, which is an aesthetic I can get behind and definitely fits the universe better. Now, ship combat and shipbuilding is a huge part of Starfield, and one of the newest and coolest things.
When
that
you
the
put
game has to
the
offer.
teleport bell
I will
down,
admit, I am
is there a way to
absolutely
pick it back
terrible.
up?
I had the difficulty for ship
Disassemble.
combat turned down to the
Okay.
absolute lowest at all times, but it is very, very cool. Having to operate all of your different systems by using the D-pad makes you feel like a real pilot, and it's pretty awesome. There's tons of activities and side quests to do in space as well. You can almost never leave your ship if you don't want to. Now, a gripe that many people have with the game, myself included, is how lifeless a lot of the cities feel. And while I don't think this is entirely true, I think a lot of them are very well designed, The character models and how they are randomly generated is really weird. Now,
wait, I am playing on my solo character, and that's what happened. We did unlock this mission. I just neglected to switch to my other character is what this is. So I could go get the ship now. I can just switch to the other character. I will leave this character where she is. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize how their system worked. I thought you only had one character. Well, like I thought it just auto loaded the character that you last played on the server, but no, you have to like tell it. And I'm not used to a system like that. I'm sorry I fucked up like that. Right? I think I'm right. Let's see. No, I'm not able to change characters. I don't think. You can load a world, but you can't load a character. So, no, I guess this is just the only character I've got, I guess? Some kind of glitch or something. I'm not really sure. Because I don't have access to 2 characters anymore, I don't think. I've only got access to 1.
So you deleted your other character?
I think I did. No, I definitely did not delete. I just made a solo character. And when I made the solo character, I believe it used up... maybe you only have 1 slot? I don't really know what the system is. But I'm coming back in. I'll have to do this quest, I guess. But I'm almost done, which is good. Or at least with this jaunt of it. Hey, you want to go outside? I gotta let my cat out. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm coming. Ah. Hey, kitty. Yeah, let's go outside. Just have a good hunting. All right, there you go. Go on, kitty. Okay.
Now, I would rebuke that argument by saying, what did you expect Bethesda to do? They can't handle...
If I deleted it was unintentionally, and it was just by making a new character, I guess, or changing modes is what it was.
And design 100,000 NPCs for each individual city, but unfortunately most of my complaints when it comes to the NPCs are with their clothing. Why do they have all of these normal civilians wearing whatever most of them are wearing? The hats are the worst part. But honestly, who spends their time staring at the NPCs in the background anyway? Now to the primary thing that most people complain about when it comes to Starfield, the sheer amount of loading screens. I'll just let this footage play out. It's just me traveling from one planet to another, and this is how long it takes.
I picked something up for you.
You need to tell me that. Don't tell me that. Ah, too fast. Oh.
I've found something for you.
Now, I will admit, that was bad. Like, bad. That was a comically large amount of loading screens and waiting time.
Oh,
just
no,
to go
no,
from
no,
one
no.
location to another. However, there is a much quicker way to do this. I'll let this clip play
Die,
out.
fucker.
It's the exact same journey, just done differently.
God damn it, it's so much fucking combat, but I like combat. Oh.
I don't think we'll find much worth taking around here.
Yeah, so still not great, but a whole minute faster. Now, I know that game journalists might not know how fast travel works, but I know that most gamers do. So why is this an issue that we're still complaining about? You can fast travel between any planets that you've discovered before, and it takes only a single step compared to like 20. Now to a personal gripe that I have with the game that isn't brought up as much as it should be. It's
come on!
The main quest of Starfield is terrible, and while I
Why do you get to attack
that
twice and
far,
I
will say
can't?
that it is
God
definitely
damn it.
subpar. It's incredibly strange because Bethesda definitely knows how to write good quests. An example of this is a quest from Starfield, the UC faction quest, where you are defending the galaxy from all sorts of different dangers. It's a lot more exciting than the main quest, a lot more interesting, and a lot better written. It feels like this should be the main quest, and for some reason it just isn't. The location I'm showing right now, you would never see if you didn't do the UC quest. This location, Londinium, a city overrun by terramorphs, the most terrifying monster in all of Starfield, you wouldn't see unless you did the UC quest. I think it's as long, if not longer, than the main quest, just light years better. And it's astonishing to me how this isn't something that every player gets to experience. In the main quest of Starfield, you go on upwards of 100 mini fetch quests. But in the UC quest line, you discover a plot to overthrow the entire galactic regime. You stop an alien invasion before it can threaten more civilians. You save the galaxy and countless of people in it. So tell me why the narrative focuses on rock collecting. It frustrates me because this clearly shows the game's potential, and it would be great if this is what players saw from the start, instead of being pushed away by a lackluster main story. If you do decide to play the game, which I really think you should, beeline straight here. Another good thing about Starfield is its impressive variety of weapons and armor. This here is a cutter, a mining tool that doubles as a flamethrower, a minigun, which is pretty self-explanatory. I got it from the UC quest. This SMG that I found in Neon. It fires super fast and is probably the most satisfying weapon to use. A particle shotgun, which I think is really cool and well designed. And finally, my favorite weapon, the Novalite, a semi-auto laser pistol. Starfield also has a large variety of different outfits, like whatever that was, and this, which is probably the best armor in the game, at least in my opinion. As I mentioned previously, shipbuilding is a huge part of Starfield. You can build pretty much any ship you can imagine completely from the ground up, starting from a single cargo container. These really scratch that hard sci-fi itch, and the designs and aesthetic of the whole game are honestly really cool to me. If you're looking for something kind of NASA punk or more gritty and realistic, then I think you'd really enjoy this game. Now, this is probably the hottest take of the video, but I think that Starfield's skill and level up system is the best of any Bethesda game. I really like leveling up my perks. It makes my character feel much more unique, and some of them, like total mind control or being able to hover in midair, are way, way cooler than anything in other games. You really feel like you're speccing into a specific build, and you can kind of see yourself replaying the game, even while you're just going through the skill tree. Shouts from Skyrim also return in the form of powers. These include things like necromancy, anti-gravity, the dash from Skyrim, personal atmosphere which lets you breathe in space, creating gravity and pushing people backwards, calming people down, or even seeing the future. There's all sorts of abilities like this, and even though it does get old after a few tries, the temple minigame you have to do to unlock them all is pretty fun. The stunning vistas of these locations would probably make it worth visiting on its own. However, the quest specifically at Paradiso.
Oh, you were here,
and the
Big.
key,
Can you
which is the
produce?
pirate
I don't believe I
stronghold
can
of the
produce
Crimson Fleet, are really worth doing.
a
Probably
fast
some
travel
of the best
bell.
purpose
Can you
games
make one for
outside of the
me?
UC quest.
Go to the
I just
workbench.
really recommend
Oh
you look into
no,
the
I don't have it
workbench
on the
trial.
workbench.
In conclusion, Starfield is nowhere
I think
near
it's
the 5 out of
quest
10
based,
game
isn't it?
that some people claim it to be.
Because it's
It
not
is
in the list.
Definitely not a 10. It has many flaws, but I would really recommend you pick it up. And I will always
I
remember
just
my
just
time
need
playing.
one.
Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. By the way, in
There
the
you go.
comments, let me know if you want to see more of Starfield, because I'd love to make a playthrough
Did you
video
drop
on
it?
in the future.
Oh no, it's in the bench. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I died to a boar. Came up behind me. So now I gotta go all the way the fuck back out there, and I don't want to die out there again and waste this much time. But I cleared the monument.
Especially because we're gonna have to start doing the main quest pretty soon.
Yeah, this was a long quest to, you know, solo. Like, probably a couple hours.
Well, I'm saying that because I finally found an iron mine. Holy fuck, there's a
good.
lot of iron there.
Hey,
And
that's
it turns out we can't do anything with it.
Yeah, what do we make? Yeah.
We don't have the recipe to smelt iron ingots.
I wonder how we get that.
Advancing the main story.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that makes any sense.
Yeah. Go to the main page.
Why is this
Yeah, the iron mine I found, it's not even a dungeon. It's just an open air pit mine. But there's a fuck of a lot of iron in there.
Oh.
And instead of zombies, it's goats.
Health is going down way too slow. We gotta be doing something wrong. So I pulled up a guide.
This is very unfortunate because I was really looking forward to getting an iron pickaxe finally.
So I said, get him on a trap. Nothing.
But I thought everything seemed like it was getting a little bit too difficult in terms of like bullet sponginess and how fast do we die, like the ship health.
Yeah, the TTK and the ship health.
Turns out
yeah.
it's because we need to be doing the main quest, and the main story quest that we're on is, we've had it for a long time. We just haven't been doing the story. We've been doing the sides.
Still pretty new to Lord of the Rings Online.
So now that I've found iron ore and can't smelt it, I'm quite convinced it's just we have to be doing the main story and not so much of the side stuff.
And I was pretty critical of it. And I would say for good reason. I had quite a few complaints, which we'll be going over again in this video. Because a lot of you told me that I was wrong.
I mean, I don't really like that part because I feel like that takes away from the sandboxiness of the game, but that's definitely just how it is.
Yeah, I don't like making the argument because it's their game to make as they wish. They're the devs, right? But how I feel about it is I don't like questing. It's one of the reasons why Rust is my favorite game, basically, is because it doesn't force you to do anything. Neither does FFXI. Neither does Eve. Well, Eve forces you to do stuff, but they don't, like, gate you. The only gate is time. And so I've given up on complaining about it. If they want to add quests to their game, that's their business, you know. Yeah. Like every Rust video starts with like an old what do they call this? An old stereotype. But most Rust streamers open their video with, as usual, I started out on the beach with a rock and a dream. You know, completely naked with a rock and a dream, because that's beyond that. Rust doesn't require you to do anything at all. There's not even any quests. I think there's quests at the main outposts now, and at the fishing villages to go do stuff like kill sharks and, you know, get your first set of metal tools. But I think there's only like 5 quests in the whole of the game. And having been in the EVE culture and the FFXI culture and the Rust culture for like a decade, I just don't appreciate questing anymore at all. I don't like it. In Starfield, they make you do it a lot, but there's these good Radiant quests in Starfield that you can just keep killing pirates, you know? You don't have to think much.
Well, questing is lots of fun when there's a story to it. When it's just side quests that tell you to like go here and kill that.
And then gate you. Yeah, and then gate you too, which is so annoying. Like, why should we not be able to...
Mass Effect's always a big pillar of that kind of stuff, and in Mass Effect, side quests would be like a companion quest that tells you parts of the character's story, and in Mass Effect 2, it literally determines how the game ends.
Yeah.
Have you seen all the different endings for Mass Effect 2?
No, I've seen a couple of them, though. My best friend was a fucking very devout... I believe that's his favorite game of all time, actually, Mass Effect 2. It's either Skyrim or Mass Effect 2. And so I saw a bunch of the endings, but I don't like BioWare games.
Well, the endings are based on your relationships to your companions. And basically your companions, they die if you... Like when you do the final mission on Mass Effect 2.
Yeah, I think I remember.
If you didn't do their side quests and you didn't get their favor up with them, they actually die. Like the cutscenes, normally they'll survive and they'll go do the thing. Well, instead they die. Like one of the guys has to crawl through a tube and he's doing something to like disable a security system. If you didn't do the stuff with him, something goes wrong and he literally gets
crushed to death or something. Wow.
But if you fucked up hard enough and you didn't do any side shit, you just went straight through the main, then what happens is at the very end of the last mission, basically like you're trying to leave the enemy base, it's about to blow up or some shit like that. I'm paraphrasing, it's been a while. But basically you're trying to get out, you're running to this landing bay, and Joker, your pilot, he has your ship like in a hover state at the end of this asteroid base, ready to pick you up. And you have to jump. Like he's not actually landed. He's literally in like a hover flight at the end of the landing strip. And you run and you jump into the ship and you fly off. If you fuck up hard enough, when you get to that landing strip, it's like you and Miranda, I think, is the only other companion that's up still. And as you're running to the landing strip, the bad guys catch up to you because you're running from them. They're not all dead. And she gets gunned down. And just as you're about to the ship, Commander Shepard's about to the ship, he gets gunned down too. And he keeps going though, and he limps and he limps and he limps and he gets just about to the edge, and he makes a jump for it, and Joker like reaches out his hand to like grab your hand as you're falling to your death otherwise, and he misses, and your main character falls to his fucking death.
Your main character? I don't remember that at all.
Rambles back into the ship cockpit, and he just flies the fuck out.
Wow.
And it's sad as shit because your pilot in that game is a cripple.
Yeah.
Like he can't walk. So the guy that can't walk is the one that like crawled his way to the side of the ship to like grab your hand and pull you in, and he just watched the last 2 guys in the team die, and now he knows the galaxy's about to get invaded by these super robots that just fucking eat everything, and he's all by himself. That is the worst of the worst endings of Mass Effect 2, and it's crazy they made something like that, because usually it's like either you win or you lose, and that's about it.
Remember Gale?
There's all kinds of shades.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't... I had a serious issue with Final Fantasy VII. Aerith dies. Or Aerith, depending on what version you're playing. And I still dislike that decision. Because she was the cutest character of the whole lot, except for Yuffie, or Yuffie, however you pronounce that. I never really knew.
I was going to say, Aerith didn't have big tits. Yuffie did.
Yeah. And Tifa had the big tits, but yeah. Tifa's my favorite. I don't favor Aerith. I thought the Aerith was kind of a rube and a little bit pushy, but I found it incredibly sad that they decided to kill her. And I was like, that's my character. It's not your character to kill, you know? I need that girl. Her limit break is good. The healing limit break that she does is good, you know? And I was like, how dare you take my healer from me 3/4 of the way through the game? And that's what that sort of reminds me of. It's funny. Other gaming death. Okay, so big on the Disco Elysium is still, I think, the greatest, like one of the greatest single player games of all time. And what the beautiful thing about Disco Elysium is it susses out what your political inclinations are, and it doesn't judge you for them, and it gives you a story that you want to hear according to whatever your political affiliation is. So of course mine was art cop, socialist, party. Oh no, I was a party. Sorry, first playthrough was party cop, and I was a socialist. Or sorry, communist. Party cop, and so. But the problem is with that is, I don't care what anybody does because I'm like this opportunist, chaotic, neutral personality, and that's how I played through my first playthrough of Disco Elysium. And so the game's response to this was to give me a non-story ending, which is that a random sniper kills the guy. You know, it's a murder mystery, right? And it has, I don't know how many endings, probably 200 or something. I don't know how many endings Disco has. But I got the worst ending just because of my personality, which is I didn't pick an enemy. I back both sides. I don't like it when they fight each other. I'm a pacifist. I avoided violence at all costs, and I tried to outsmart everybody, and I did a lot of art stuff, kind of more creative, like flow states roles on the character. And so they gave me a random Beltway sniper ending. It was supposed to, I'm sure there's so many different murderers in the story plot of that game, right? But I got a random sniper, and they don't even tell you his name. You don't meet him. You know what I'm saying? I spent, I think, 100 hours or something. I spent 100 hours on my Disco playthrough. And it was such a funny ending, because it was just like, come on, man, it's not the FBI guy, it's not the lady, it's not the fat union worker guy, it's a random sniper. It was such a bad ending. It had no relation to the story whatsoever at all. You don't meet the guy, you don't catch him, you just figure out what he did. That's it. I don't mean to spoil some of Disco's ending for you if you ever do play the game, but that's an example of that too. It's like, if I'm going to play your game for 100 hours, at least give me a storyline ending, not a random Beltway sniper ending where you don't even meet the guy or battle him or put the cuffs on him or anything at all. The game ends with you just like understanding that, well, a random sniper shot at a hotel window from across the bay. That was the ending I got. There's so many lore and so many beautiful characters in Disco. How the fuck are you going to give me a random sniper for the murderer? You know, it had no relation at all. What the fuck? And so these developers, they're not afraid to commit you to something crazy like that. Like, you know, I would say BioWare is cool like that. They were always cool like that. Larian's cool like that. Remember Gale? Gale was a fucking disaster. What did we lose on that? Like 20 or 30 hours or something.
That's why I always cut his hand off in the first game.
That was so funny. That's probably the funniest thing that's ever happened to me in gaming was the Gale bomb. And I like that the developers are brave enough to do that, but A, you tanked our goddamn 30-hour run, which was unacceptable.
I don't think the developers realized that was part of the game.
Yeah, what do you mean realized? No, what do you mean? They worked on that so hard. They wrote it. There was so much lines around it. There was a story. No, they worked on that hard. They wanted it to be a possibility.
I don't think they ever thought of that as being a thing.
The Gale bomb. The Gale bomb.
You can't resurrect him, and he blows
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, I misunderstood what you were saying. Oh, okay, yeah.
I think the Gale bomb is something they overlooked. That they designed the mechanics, but I'm pretty sure they didn't think that was one of the things you could do.
Yeah, like they weren't. Yeah, because there's a lot of possibilities. Yeah.
Like who the fuck sacrifices their teammates, and who the fuck picks Gale, and who the fuck picks Gale when he can still blow up?
Well, I liked Gale. He was a good mage, you know. And then and that's another thing about that. You can keep. I don't think your playthrough ends. You just kind of get a borked, playthrough sort of if you let the Gale blow up. So, like, it sucks also that you lose your... Wasn't he a mage? I think he was, wasn't he? He was a sorcerer, wasn't he? And that sucks, losing your sorcerer. That's what borks the playthrough, kind of. It's a brave choice, but it's actually almost on a level of aggression that I'm not very comfortable with, frankly, you know. But it was quite memorable. I'll never forget it, and I think that's what they were going for, and they succeeded at that. It reminds me of like M. Night Shyamalan movies, which you may not have ever seen, but he always does a really, really crazy ending that you can't see coming unless you've seen it before. And I do actually kind of appreciate that. That was they did an M. Night Shyamalan. That's what Gale Bomb is. It's like an M. Night Shyamalan ending, where it's like the whole time the fucking mage was a bomb. That's fucking crazy. I don't like mages. I like playing them. I don't like fighting them, and I don't like them as characters, and they annoy me. And God damn it, the mage being a bomb is just a really interesting choice. I'm surprised BioWare was willing to let the main character die. That seems on a level of bravery that we don't see in the industry anymore.
Yeah, we lost that storytelling.
But I don't know. BG3 exists. I don't know if we've lost it. It's just that it's on life support. DOS 2.
Storytelling can't hold a candle to Mass Effect 2.
That's true. There's nothing of that quality right now at all. Even the music in 2 was very, very memorable. I would not mind putting that soundtrack on right now. The colors they used. It was such a good sci-fi game. It looked like Star Wars in a lot of ways, kind of. It had a lot of cool color palettes. I didn't like the combat in 2, but as much as I liked it in 3. And I liked 3 more, which pissed me off because I had seen my best friend beat 2 so many times. Like 3-4 times, something like that. I knew 2 was a better game, the storyline and everything about it. But I gravitated to 3 more, which annoyed me, you know? I also really didn't like what they did with Dragon Age 2 compared to Dragon Age 1. I dislike BioWare because I feel like they kind of compromise me sometimes. Like, for instance, I didn't buy Dragon Age Veilguard, but I'm intensely curious about it. But there's no way I would ever spend more than $5 on it or something like that. Or like a Xbox Game Pass perusal, something like that. And yeah, that's not right. To not play and I did this a lot. I did this with Mass Effect Andromeda. I heard Andromeda is actually a genuinely good space game, you know? But I wouldn't buy it because I knew it wasn't good like Mass Effect 2. I wouldn't buy Dragon Age 3. I knew it wasn't, sorry, not 3, what is it, Inquisition? I bought Inquisition finally, the complete edition for $5 when it was on a Steam sale. And I like that game. I like Dragonware Inquisition. I haven't seen the ending of it, but I still don't think it's as good as Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, or Dragon Age 1. And I think they stopped making those quality of games. So Veilguard to me really, really irks me and has actually now poisoned me towards the company because I feel like they're playing FOMO games with me really bad. And I don't like it. And I think Obsidian is doing this with Avowed. I really want to like Avowed, but I didn't like Avowed. Did you play Avowed, Bagon? No. No, don't shoot your gun. Fucking asshole, just die. Just die. Cause Avowed Combat's great. Well, no, it's not great. I wouldn't say it's great. It's just good enough. You know, it's like good enough combat, I would say. Adequate. Okay, I'm getting this final quest done, I think. Hey, level 2. Finally an upgrade. So, I got a level. What should I do? I think I'm gonna go, since I die so much, I think vitality, or no, stamina. I'll go stamina. Because I feel it's a stamina issue, not a vitality issue. Yeah, so we're gonna do, and that's what I always do in Dark Souls too. Stamina. Oh, is there something else? That's all I have to do, right? Oh no, do I have a talent to pick? No. You didn't give me a talent point? That sucks. Alright. When do you get a talent point? Like level 5 or something? I freed these guys. Oh no, there we go, I got him. Now I've got to go over west. Okay. Oh, I have another death marker. Maybe I should sail. Maybe the characters are exclusive to the mode. It must be. ESO is adding full difficulty slider in July, and they're saying it completely changes the game. I don't know if I believe streamers when they say this, but the entire community is saying that it changes the game to be much, much better. And I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that's happening, because that's going to take up some of my time. I don't really want to spend any time on ESO, to be honest. But if they make that combat good, ESO is a good game. You know, it's got its faults, and the graphics aren't that great, and they're dated. But it has full voice, which makes it very attractive to me. It was always attractive to me. I've had a lot of fun on ESO full voice, like Rust. I don't know if raising the TTK is actual improvement. I'm not sure. But the games are too easy. WoW's too easy now. For a while there, I remember a drama with WoW was that they were purportedly like just taking death out of the game entirely, unless you were like running current dungeons, which is just such a crazy change. They don't want WoW to be hard. And I think the kids do need hard games. Oops. Like, the kids came up on Minecraft. That can be a genuinely hard, janky game with tons of zombies and bombs and lava and stuff. It's not that easy of a game. Fall damage. My friend Lucky, she was terrified of fucking fall damage. She was like, Cat, most of the deaths are fall damage that you can't really avoid. So always block down or whatever. And I don't know, difficulty isn't something I think the kids struggle with, honestly. I think the developers think they do, but I think kids need hard games. They're saying Grounded 2 is really good. But that's a fucking kids game. The kind of game that, you know, my eye doctor, he's got a 10-year-old autistic son, and we talk about him occasionally when I see him, and they're survival gamers, him and his son, and they play Grounded, and he was like, Grounded is a seriously very well-made game. And I was like, oh, I you know, but it's a kid's game. And he's like, yeah, it is a kid's game. It's sort of weird for adults to play it, but, you know. The combat's probably adult. But I have FOMO with certain survival games. Like, I have FOMO with Icarus. I'm scared I'm missing out. I have FOMO with a game called Surrounded. Because I play Surrounded, and that is a good game. And, but I don't have the time. God damn it. Oops. But, Grounded 2 might be a really good co-op game. I just don't really want to play kids' games. There's one called Abiotic Factor that is really good. I played it. You might like that one a lot. It plays like Prey. And it has Minecraft graphics though. But it's a genuinely really good game. Survival co-op game. God damn it, I keep forgetting to put down the bell. I'm so dumb. And then I have to take a 10-minute flight there. Questing is not my style, because I get constantly AFK trying to entertain a stream.
Wanted to see what that experience looks like from the very beginning. Because if Lotro is still pulling new players in 2026, something has clearly changed.
Lotro got the same difficulty slider, and I've got FOMO with that. Bagon wanted to play Lotro, and I dissed out on him on that one. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think I want to play Lotro. It's too dated. Why would I play Lotro over WoW? But a difficulty slider might significantly improve that game. And they also did like not return servers, but like brand new fresh start servers, which is a good idea for that whole PvE crowd. I play a good Minstrel. I've taken Minstrel to I think like 60 or something. And so I have FOMO with that. I've got FOMO with New World. I'm scared that they're going to resurrect New World or sell it to somebody. And I'm scared that I'm not making the progress through the current expansion that I should be making. And these developers, they're like slamming me with FOMO. And so I tend to just not do it. If they're hitting me with FOMO at all, I just don't do it. I'm terrified that ESO might be a good game in there somewhere, you know, and that I missed it. I like Cyrodiil. This raider may sink me, which is no good. I have FOMO with Star Citizen. I hate Scam Citizen. I know it's a bad game, but I'm scared I'm missing out, you know? So I don't do it. I'll do X4 before I'll do that. I've got FOMO with Rust in the respect that I know it's my favorite game, and I should just be playing it, you know? But I try to avoid it like the plague. Same with Final Fantasy XI. I don't have FOMO with Eve at all. I know they're going to make a good game. I should maybe. I got FOMO with WoW Retail because they weren't able to keep my interest longer than 4 days for this expansion. I think it was a week. It was like a week. It was like 7, something like that, 7 days. But I let the last 3 weeks of that subscription totally sit there because I don't know. Something about the expansions, they're not keeping my interest. I really thought that the housing system was going to suck me in, and it didn't. Not at all. And I have a good house, and I spent like 20 hours on the house or something, decorating it, doing the yard. I went and did all the heroics and tried to get all the art pieces and everything. And it's not good enough for me. After Rust, like that building, that housing system that they added to WoW, it's worthless to me. I don't even think it's as good as New World's housing system was. I really genuinely love the trophy system in New World because it's the greatest power gain I've ever heard of in an MMORPG. Which is if you go and get all the trophies in New World, they give you 10% damage to the entire mobs of the game. 10%. And that's a buff that it costs like, it used to cost 5,000 or 10,000 gold, which is really break the bank money back then anyways. And, it would give you this really, really marked difference between you and the average player. You have 5 trophies. You are doing 50% more damage to all of the humanoids and all the stuff in the game. That's something most of the rest of the game didn't have if you spent the time, WoW's housing system is entirely vanity, you know what I'm saying? And while it is kind of collect them all and it's fun and it's good, it's not good like Rust. It's not good like New World. The fishing in the game is too primitive now. After seeing fishing in Rust and New World, I really feel that WoW's fishing is full-blown, it's too old, and it needs updating now. And I am a big fisherman in MMOs. So I want to go back to retail, I really do, but I really fucking struggle with it. And when I left, what's this expansion called? That's how you know. I can't even remember what this expansion is called. It's War. No, not War Within. Midnight. Midnight kept me there for 7 days. And at the end of the 7 days, I was like, I joined a guild. I did everything I do in an MMO. I had fun. I did sociality on both TBC, Classic, and retail, and I had fun for about 2 weeks. 1 week on, or it was like a month. It was like 2 weeks on hardcore, 1 week on TBC, one week on TBC vanilla or whatever, and then or TBC, sorry, classic, and then 1 week on midnight. And I don't know what's wrong, but at the end of all of that, I was like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna re-up my sub ever again. And I don't know, I definitely don't think I'm going to buy the next expansion. Which isn't good for Blizzard, and it's not good for gaming either. It's not good for MMORPGs. I need them to modernize, and they're not doing that. The housing system was modernized, but it wasn't good enough. I need to feel like I can go out into World of Warcraft and get materials like wood and stone and metal and stuff like that, bring it back to the house and use it to build the house. And they could have done that, but they didn't. They tried to with Garrison. There was wood chopping in the Garrison in Warlords of Draenor, but it wasn't good. Like Windrose, you know? I'm gonna stop just blathering. I'm sorry. I feel crisis level of like fear about the MMO industry again, and I thought it was already dead before. You know. I have three whole inventory loads. I've got to dump now, and that takes time. But it's good stuff. I got you all kinds of insignias and it's stuff that we need. Oh, boots. 100 boots. Hey, they are an upgrade. Yay. Are they in the right place? No? What do you mean? Where am I supposed to go? Take me there. What? Okay, whatever. Just go.
Last time I played a pretty typical character for me, a champion, but this time I wanted to try something different. Something a little out of my comfort zone. Lord of the Rings has a ton of cool options for classes, and one that stood out to me in particular was the Minstrel. A healing DPS hybrid who rips through enemies with the use of nothing but his pure musical talent. Now, I decided to be an elf because I wanted the name Elvish Presley, but unfortunately that didn't work, so I had to settle for Cord of the Rings. Because I chose to be an elf, I started in Elden Luin, and standing directly in front of me was
active.
Elf. Bro, is this 7 abilities?
Means tried to catch me to ask. The uploads on the Josh Strife says have been pretty consistent with Twitch, but it's months gap in between the worst MMO and the Was It Good. Have I moved on from this series? No. I tried to find a community note on them but couldn't. Looking for an update. Been a fan for 4 years. No, what I'm doing is I'm gathering the data on whether it's worth doing Twitch or worth doing YouTube. That's the ultimate answer to all of those. So the questions about videos on YouTube and Twitch. It is very difficult to be a full-time YouTube video maker and a full-time Twitch streamer. In fact, by definition, you can't really do two things.
Oh, listen to this.
YouTube and Twitch. It is very difficult to be a full-time YouTube video maker and a full-time Twitch streamer.
So I just listened to Josh Hayes say that it's very, very difficult, almost impossible, to be a full-time YouTube creator and be a Twitch streamer. And it's like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. It is not that hard.
In fact, by definition, you can't really do two things at full time. You would be doing two things at half time. If I make full-time YouTube videos, which was what I was doing for a long time, then the content I was making has found a deal of success. But that meant that I was not doing Twitch streaming, which is something I enjoy and something I value. And so what I wanted to do was I wanted to see what working on Twitch full-time would be like. I wanted to see, hang on, you can do two things full-time if you work at weekends as well. Full-time is 40 hours a week. Right, username not taken. I'm not talking full-time as in the specific definition of it within the working regulations. I'm talking about the amount of time that I spend doing something. It is difficult for me to spend all of my time focusing on one project and all of my time focusing on another. If I spend all of my time focusing on one thing. Basically, if I spend half of my working time doing YouTube and half of my working time doing Twitch, I am not going to be able to put out enough YouTube videos to make YouTube happy, and I'm not going to be able to Twitch stream long enough in order to make Twitch streaming relevant. The only way that people are able to make Twitch streaming and YouTube a full-time thing is if they are making YouTube videos or clips of their Twitch streams. This is why you get people who do reaction videos, because they still want to be able to upload stuff to YouTube, but they don't want to have to be able to research, edit, write, script, render and upload to YouTube. They want to be able to sit, watch something, and then upload that to YouTube. If you want to do Twitch full-time, you need to just turn the Twitch videos into YouTube videos, which my YouTube audience don't want. So what I'm doing is a bit of an experiment.
That's what I do.
I am seeing what the reality is of just doing loads of Twitch streaming. Now, it might be a case of I get to the end of the 2 or 3 months or 4 months or however long I focus on it for and say, you know what, that wasn't worth it. The YouTube videos slowed down too much. I need to return to doing YouTube stuff. Or it'll be a case of going, you know what, that was so much fun. Am I saying that reacting to things is easier than making a thing? Yes. Yes, absolutely substantially I am. So obviously the YouTube videos have slowed down because I've been focusing more on the Twitch. YouTube is a risk for scripted content because the amount of time and effort that you put into scripted content is much higher than just watching somebody else's scripted content and saying what you think about it. So I've stepped away from YouTube as an experiment. So what I need to ask is the Twitch streaming more valuable than the YouTube thing? And I'll tell you guys an interesting business decision based on that. YouTube is really good at being known for the content. Like if you make YouTube videos, you get known for the content that you make. When you do Twitch, you get known for you. Now that has an advantage and a disadvantage to it.
God damn it, I need my...
The advantage to being known for you is that you become the product. And with you as a product, you become much more valuable. The problem with Twitch is that you always need to be there in order to effectively do the job. YouTube has a huge amount of passive income that gets generated once you have made those videos. So YouTube is good if you don't want to be in the public eye a lot.
Oh no! Oh well, it's okay.
Twitch is great
it's okay.
if you want to interact with the audience. So you have to ask
I
yourself
forgot
as
to
a
eat the
content creator,
food.
what do you want? Do you want to be known by the audience but not interact with them? Or do you want to interact with the audience but not necessarily create work that is going to be lasting? It sounds like you hate interacting with chat. No, I love interacting with chat. What I hate is not being able to give people the content that they want. And the content that people want is often much more thoroughly scripted content. What do I value more? That is a good question, Psycho. And that is what I am trying to find out. Do I value the consistency and the, I would suppose, honestly, mental distance that YouTube provides? Or do I like the interaction and the personal touch that Twitch provides? The answer is I like both of them. I think both of them have a great deal of value, and both of them enhance what something can and
Come
can't
on!
do. But I
didn't eat
can't
again.
do both of them full time. I can't Twitch stream 8 hours a day and work on YouTube videos for 8 hours a day. Because someone said to me, why don't you Twitch stream like 3 or 4 days a week? And then
I
make
keep
YouTube
forgetting to
videos
eat
the
because I
other
hate
3 or 4
eating.
days a week. That
It's a
may
video
not
game. Why are you
work,
making me
as in
eat?
The Twitch stream may not be as successful enough, and it would slow down the YouTube videos. Plus, at that point, when do I get 1 day off to do anything that I want to do? Could you stream the games you play for the Wasn't Any Good series? I could, but that fundamentally changes the nature of how I play those games. I could stream the games that I play in order to review. The thing is, when I'm playing a game to review it, I am fully focused on analysing the mechanics and the experience that I am having. And doing that means that I'm putting all of my focus and attention on the game. That's why you got editors, right? I have worked with a couple of editors before, but I edit the vast amount of my stuff. Streaming the games that I play for the Was It Any Good series would actually be... it would be detrimental to the stream. Because it would be you watching me in silence play a video game. It would also mean that as I am recording the footage for that game, I'm putting extra strain on my PC's CPU because I would need to both record it and stream it at the same time. And if it's a game that contains copyright music, or it's a game that contains stuff that YouTube is not going to allow or Twitch is not going to allow, I would then need to interact and stop that. Imagine that your job was to write a book. You would sit down somewhere quiet and write the book. Then imagine that you were sitting down to write the book while there were 1,000 people watching you write the book, all expecting you to entertain them at the same time. You're going to feel a slight amount of pressure while writing the book. You know you can write it well, but at some point you're going to be like, guys, this is going to get finished quicker if you're not sat there watching. It's difficult to analyze something and entertain simultaneously. That is why the games that I like playing, this is going to sound silly.
For you.
The games that I really like playing on stream are games that I don't necessarily need to think too much about. Now, I don't know Albion
I could
as
do it
well
in
as I
Fortnite
know
for some reason, but I
RuneScape
can't
or
do it in this
Warcraft
game.
or Neverwinter or any of the other MMORPGs, but I think I can just about engage with it on a level where I'm still playing the game, but I'm still reading the chat and talking to you guys. So to loop this back to the question of YouTube or Twitch, if I do Twitch enough to make a full-time living from it, I don't have enough time to make a substantial amount of YouTube videos. If I do YouTube enough to make a full-time living from it, I don't have a huge amount of time to also do Twitch streaming. And I have to ask myself, which of those would I rather do more of? Do I want to make enough YouTube videos that makes the algorithm happy and not have long enough to stream? Because if you do both of them to an even degree, you are going to fail at both of them instead of succeeding at one of them. What if you just upload Twitch streams as YouTube videos? YouTube hates that. People on YouTube don't want that. They want curated, actual, edited, scripted videos. People do not want... Also, Tappy, I already did. The Josh Strife Replays channel is literally just re-uploads of unedited Twitch streams. They do not get millions of views, whereas the regular YouTube videos do. I think viewers forget how much extra bandwidth streaming takes. There is a huge amount of mental effort that I have to put into constantly talking and entertaining. And I'm not saying it's effort that I'm not happy to put in. I really am. I want. Right, but the gains channel hasn't seen any gains in years. Yeah, Tappy, what do you want me to do? Right, Tappy, I've got 7 days a week. Same 7 days that you've got, man. How much content do you want me to try and make? Do you want one video every week on the MMORPG channel? That means that I'm spending at least 20 to 30 hours playing a game. That's normally 2 to 3 days. Then I want to write a script of all the notes I've taken. That's 1 to 2 days. Then I need to record the audio of the script and edit it. That's another 2 to 3 days. Then I've got to render it and upload it and sort all that out. Any kind of render problems, that's a whole day. Which means that I could put 1 video a week out on the MMO channel if I did literally nothing else. I could put 1 video a week out on the Was It Any Good channel if I did, this is very important, literally nothing else. And then you have to include the fact, I mean, do I have to have 1 day off? I think 1 day off is fair. 1 day a week where I don't do any work. So that's 6 days. That's 6 days. Let's say that I work 10 to 12 hours a day. That's going to give you 60 hours of work. Okay, 60 hours of work a week. What do we do with it? If I'm Twitch streaming for, let's say 5 hours a day for 6 days, that's 30 hours. That's already 30 hours gone. That's half your time, 5 hours a day, 6 days a week. From then on, we have to say, right, what's the other 30 hours being used for? Is the 30 hours being used to make an MMORPG video? If it's an MMORPG video, 30 hours is just the gameplay. Which means in 1 week, all I would be able to do is establish the gameplay being played. Nothing else. Then the next week I would write the script, the next week I would edit it. Effectively, what I need to try and get across is there is a limited amount of time in the week to create stuff. And people would like stuff created for everything. They would like the MMO videos to continue. They would like the Was It Any Good series to continue. They would, and I would like them to continue as well. That'd be great. But I simply do not have as much time. Do I consider 30 hours enough to judge an MMORPG? I don't consider it enough to see all the content that it has, but to judge it, yes. When I say judge, I don't mean I'm going to give you my in-depth thoughts and opinions on the end game of this MMO. I'm going to mean, are the controls responsive? Can you change around the keybinds? Does it have a consistent art direction? Was it easy to download and log into? What is the history of the company that makes it? What is the quality of the sound? What is the experience a player has in the first 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 hours? All that jazz. If you cannot judge the quality of the construction of something within 30 hours, it has been constructed with bad pacing. It is important that you are able to judge something within that. We're now in 7th place, Scissorhands in 2nd. Yeah, that makes sense. People say, can you judge an MMO in 30 hours? You're asking 2 different questions. Can you see everything that an MMORPG has to offer in 30 hours? No, of course you can't. But can you judge it? Absolutely. Do you need to stay in every room of a hotel to judge the quality of the hotel? Do you need to eat every meal on the menu of a restaurant to judge the restaurant? Do you need to see every episode of a TV show to judge the general quality of the show? No, you don't. You can, if you know what you're looking for, you can look for signals and signifiers that show you a level of quality within that game or that thing. You can see whether the acting of a TV show is good. You can see if the costume design is decent. There is a huge amount of stuff that you can judge early on that will show you the level of quality that you are working with. And if you can't judge that early on, you have to ask yourself why. And this is another thing. If I play an MMORPG for 30 hours, I will see 30 hours worth of the game. People say that is not enough to judge the game on. It is enough to judge the construction of the experience and decide whether you want to continue. That's the question. You can finish Expedition 33 in 30 hours. A restaurant critic isn't eating every single dish, but one they know well and can give a rating on. Yeah, that's true. And they can also judge, if you walk into a restaurant, the food of course matters, but you're also judging the cleanliness of the restaurant overall. You're judging the frontage and the signage. You're judging its online presence. You're judging the marketing. You're judging the music that plays when it walks in. You're judging the cleanliness of the uniforms that people are wearing there. You're judging the other diners that you see or don't see. There's a load of small signifiers that if you know what to look for, you can see before the food gets there. Now, maybe the food gets there and the food is either great or terrible and it completely changes your opinion. But you can often see what something or someone values based on what they put effort and time into. I think you can judge a lot about a restaurant based on the cleanliness of the toilets, because that is the thing that the customers are not going to see until they have already invested and given you money. The customer is going to sit down, they're going to choose the food, they're going to order the food, they're going to give you the money. People want to get meals free for a lot of reasons. Very few people would say to the manager, I want you to comp this meal because the toilets were bad. People want meals comped for lots of reasons. That's not always one of them. It's not one of the big ones. So the toilets are something that a restaurant needs to provide, but aren't necessarily going to have a huge impact on someone's experience. So if you go to a restaurant and the toilets are spotless, you are seeing that this team care about putting effort into something that enhances your experience that isn't necessarily getting more money from you. In my early MMO videos, I gave each game 8 to 10 hours. Do I think that that's fair to judge it? Do I think it's fair to judge on whether I want to carry on playing? Absolutely. You don't need to play more than 10 hours of Isekai Demon Waifu to kind of get the vibe. I think MMORPG players have a bit of a strange relationship with time. Because if someone said to you, hey, I want you to watch this anime, it gets good 30 hours in. How many episodes are you going to watch before you say, hey, my free time is limited, I'm not going to keep playing this? I think the difference that we're seeing is people that make MMORPGs their entire lives don't see 30 hours as a long time. Whereas someone that has, you know, a full-time job and a family and a hobby outside of the game is going to see 30 hours as potentially their entire month's worth of free time. Most people don't get more than an hour free a day to do whatever they want to do when they're trying to take into account other stuff. Eating healthy, going to the gym, going for a walk outside, family obligations, travel, all that jazz. When you say, hey, it's 30 hours in, you're asking the average person to invest between 1 to 3 weeks of their free time. And that's a lot. So if it can't get good that many hours in, if it's not giving you an experience that you want to have more of, something else will. You can judge it based on what it gives you. I think MMORPG players hear me saying, I've played this game for 30 hours, here's my opinion, and what they hear is me saying, I haven't experienced everything that's in the game. And you know what? They are absolutely spot on. What I'm saying is, I have experienced what the game chooses to prioritize enough to present to a new player within a time frame that is far longer than the average player will give it. And if it has not given me something good within that time, one judgment I can make is the pacing is terrible. This is something I judge Final Fantasy XIV on, massively. Final Fantasy XIV's pacing is dire. It's a great game, terrible pacing.
Yep.
It feels like it's a damning conditions of daily life where you don't have that much free time. Sleeping Crows, that's just a lot of daily life normally. You also have to understand this. Sleeping Crows, maybe you've got a point. Maybe people have more than 1 hour a day free. Let's imagine that you have 3 hours a day free. That's a decent amount of time to have free. You've got a full-time job, you've got a family, you've got 3 hours a day free. Maybe you're entirely free on Saturdays and Sundays. You're not going to spend all that time doing one thing. You're going to have different hobbies. People can play an MMORPG and go and be parts of a sports team, and collect models, and read books, and do painting, and do sports. There is so much more than just the game. So when I say I've played for 30 hours and people think, I could do that in 3 days. Yeah, you probably could if you're not doing anything else. But a lot of people don't make a game their whole thing. There is variety to it as well. And that's what scares me about MMORPG players. I believe they forget the variety. Even if you do, if the thing isn't fun, you're not going to carry on, are you? Absolutely. We have a huge amount of other games that we can get into and play. It does sometimes worry me that when I say, hey, I've put 30 hours into this, here is my opinion on this based on cross-referencing it with my experience of other things similar to it over many years. Hardcore players of that game go, basically irrelevant. You can't even talk about it. It's not even useful, you know? I think that you should absolutely treat MMORPG games like any other video game. Do you want to keep playing it? Yes, the good stuff's at the end, but do you want to keep playing it? Has it given me enough to keep going? When you say, Hypharis, that's a good point. You say that you don't need hundreds of hours to work out whether you don't like a TV show, but you might need hundreds of hours to work out whether you like an MMORPG. If an MMORPG gets good 100 hours in, and it gets good by changing its gameplay, you have to ask yourself, why didn't it change the gameplay earlier? If a game is good when it changes, why did it not change earlier? Why even have the first 100 hours? Normal people, normal, well-adjusted people with variety in their life are not playing a subpar experience for 100 or more hours to get to the good bit, when there are experiences out there paced to be good now. Now, when I try and explain this, and this is so difficult to talk to MMORPG players.
What?
When I
Kill him,
say
kill him,
it should
kill him.
get
Swing!
good
God
early,
damn it.
what people think I'm saying is you should have access to the ultra-difficult endgame raids immediately. That's not true. What you should have access to early on is meaningful choices. They don't need to be the most complicated. They don't need to be the most powerful. They do need to be meaningful. If you can give the player access to a meaningful choice and explain why that choice is meaningful, have that player understand, then you're going to have someone who says, hey, the first hour of this is good. Keyword is meaningful choice. People say to me, oh, just wait till the raids at the end. Oh, yeah, they're so good. Okay, why isn't the dungeon in the first 20 minutes good? Why am I not being given meaningful choices? Oh, your build isn't online. Well, why not? Why can't you give me a build that allows me to make meaningful choices in a way that doesn't overwhelm me or overpower me? An MMORPG player should be able to download the game, start playing the game, and engage with and interact with the game in a way that makes them feel that the most important part is their choice. If their choice isn't the most important part, what are they doing? That's what I try and explain to people. Do I find the build-up when starting is better than peaking and becoming powerful in lots of games? Yeah, I do actually. You know what? I think that World of Warcraft is pretty fun from the start. You get to make meaningful choices. I think people confuse complexity with meaningful choice. It doesn't need to be complex, it does need to have an impact on the way that you play the game. If you need to teach the player how to do something, that's fine. But episode 1 of a TV show should still have something happen. Good first episode of TV shows still have things happen. There is progress made constantly. It needs to hook you in. And when people hear, oh, you can't judge this MMO because it's much more complicated, that's true. But I'm not judging the complexity of the endgame, I'm judging the desire to get there. An important factor when playing games was getting powerful progressively, not being powerful from the start. Of course, what's happening? You're doing a solo dungeon? Yes. Critiquing MMORPG games does mean engaging with the MMORPG player base, and that means that you're engaging with, as much as you might not want to admit it, an emotional player base. When you critique someone's game, that they have made their personality, in their mind you're critiquing their personality. And if you say that this game is lackluster, what they hear is your personality is wrong. Introducing complexity as you go is a great way of doing it. Complexity is good. Depth is good. Working out how these things combine together is great. It's that aha moment that you really want the players to have. And I think developers know this. Developers and designers know this. I've had companies, big companies, come and discuss design with me because I've spent so long analysing it, they've looked at it and gone, you know what, he's probably got a bit of a point. Isn't that what FF14 does, though, being a bit too slow during its first story chapters? Yeah, absolutely. The pacing in Final Fantasy XIV is terrible. Now, I believe that there is absolutely a good game behind that when you get to it. But one of my biggest critiques of Final Fantasy XIV is you have to sit through a slog of an early game to get to a good bit, which I think is a real shame. And people ask me, is Final Fantasy XIV a good game? And the answer is it gets there. But here's the question. Here's the question. If you were to play Final Fantasy XIV for the first 20 to 30 hours, you would not see the best part of the game. But you would be able to make a judgment based on the quality of the construction you've seen. You would be able to judge the quality of the world. You would be able to judge the sound. You'll be able to judge the music. You could judge some of the boss fights. You could judge the basic story. You could judge the complexity of the characters and the complexity of the classes. You could judge the game based on its construction. And its construction is very good. Even if you don't get to where it truly shines, you could understand that it's made well. That's what I try and explain to people that I'm often judging. You love the art direction and music in 14? Yeah, great choice. Absolutely great choice. Good art directions
didn't jump.
in general.
I don't know, I jumped.
All around. That's what makes judging MMORPGs a tad more difficult than judging other games. You are trying to explain to a very emotionally invested player base that you are judging their game on its mechanical construction, not on its emotional relevance to them or their life or their history or their past. Because that's what they want you to do. People want you to validate the time they've spent playing the game they've played. If you guys are looking away from the screen now, please look back, because this game has jiggle physics, and I'm not even kidding. Every time one of these witches casts a spell, and they are wearing a very low-cut top. Welcome back, everyone who's just joined us. I'm not lying to you. This is not clickbait. Here you go. I'll stand over here. There you go. You got some
Everything
jiggle
going all
physics
right?
going on.
You're still hanging out on the island.
You're all welcome.
Yes, I am
This is
turning in now.
unfortunately a
And
dungeon.
I
They
did
even bounce when she died.
the 3 chest puzzle.
This is a
that was on
dungeon
the
where
way
you
'cause
have to
it's on the
kill.
way.
So I decided to follow the main
which I
quest.
think-
Turns out it's the act boss is what we were on.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
He was tough as fuck. He ripped me a new asshole. I only took him out because I cheated with shotguns. And I killed him with my last round of shotgun ammo before I was out.
I tried to turn in this quest and I got shot in the back and killed instantly.
Well, the good news is,
the whole
by
lot, yeah.
killing the act boss, I have unlocked tier 2 crafting. Which
Oh,
gave
good.
me like iron and all the rest of that crap.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I am now working on the crafting loop for tier 2.
yeah. I'm just playing catch up because I'm like 5 hours behind or something.
Yeah, you have a lot of catch up. I was thinking I should probably even just like leave the server up and do other things while you do all this catch up.
You can if you want. Yeah.
Because like you have to do all these side quests and main quests to catch up to me before we can actually do stuff together.
I've been doing everything that's in a linear path on the way. I haven't gone out of my way, but yeah, I probably do have to play catch up for a while. I will sit here all night. I don't know if you want to leave this program running, but I'm here till I don't know, midnight maybe 2. I may or may not have family dinner here at 7 o'clock, but my mother has not called, so I don't know. Maybe don't have to.
That's whatever. I'm just chilling right now, farming. Nothing too exciting. I need to get all kinds of tier 2 stuff crafted before I feel comfortable going back out and hitting the content that I'm currently at.
Yeah.
I need to go back to the lower level stuff and do more exploration because I'm definitely low on experience. Like, there's a lot of islands with exploration experience that I missed, so... Yeah, it's kind of like I'm skipping ahead to get the good shit so that I can come back to the low level shit and just roll over it. That's kind of what I'm doing.
What's the name of the quest that I need to catch up to? Do you know?
Well, it's one of the main quests.
Yeah. Okay,
It
so I'll
should
just
be the only
look
main
at-
quest.
look
It's
at
the one to like go to the
Dynasty.
hideout.
Yeah. Okay.
We got to the hideout a while ago, but we didn't have all the crests, so we had to turn around. But at least I got all the crests. I don't know if you have them at this point.
I don't have any crests on me, but I did drop some in the boxes.
That's for a main quest, so they're different. But anyway, it's a main quest though. It's the one to like go to a hideout of some kind.
It's been 2 hours and the damn mobs
But
respawned here.
I will say that you're gonna want to have a lot of gun ammunition. It's
Yeah.
this big, angry, beefy black guy with a fucking 2-hand mace, and he wrecks.
Yeah, I bet he does.
I couldn't figure out his attack pattern. That's why I resorted to just cheesing it with a shotgun.
That's maybe what they want you to do. So you go out and grind for bullets.
Well, having ammunition is a form of preparation.
Yep. You can spec into ranged. Do agility or whatever it is. I have to fight this armored drowned again. I like this game. I'm having quite a lot of fun. I'll be honest. If I'm quiet, that's why. And I've been dying a lot because I don't know these attack patterns. But I'm dying less now. Just kind of learning the timing of it. Cleared a lot of stuff. I cleared like 7 monuments or something. I dislike how annoying it is to switch between pistol and sword. But I should have a ranged weapon. But yeah, it's really annoying to switch between pistol and sword. They could improve that. Okay, I launched the ship, and I have a new one called How My Sea Adventure Began. And now I'll just clear the content, I guess. If that's okay with you, I'll just clear each island until I'm caught up with you, I guess. What? Aw.
Apparently there was a new assassination attempt on Donald Trump at some kind of correspondence dinner. Like, it just happened.
Oh, no.
Fucking
I've got to tune
communist motherfuckers are really after him. They can't handle debate. They
I
can't
don't
handle
want
an
it like
election.
this.
Gotta go fucking murder the guy.
Yeah, they're really mad at him, Begon. I've been trying to really, like, I think he's right about Trump derangement syndrome.
Alright, I gotta turn down my volume and listen to a stream right now.
Yeah,
He's
you're
going
good.
over, like, breaking shit. I need to know what's going on, because it's
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of fucking big.
Yeah, this might be
Alright,
big,
I'll be
big.
quiet, but I'll be around still playing.
Yeah, yeah. If I wasn't fighting a swollen drowned, I would tune in. There's an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. I think. That's Donald Trump. No, filters by time. Can you link what you're watching, Begon? Hello? Hey, you know, I just got word 2 minutes ago that they made another assassination attempt on Trump right now. Like, right now. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Yeah, apparently it's like he was at the correspondence dinner, I guess. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I've heard. Yeah, you really think that's where you fell on that, huh? I actually spent a lot of time on it, like 2 days, just watching it over and over again, trying to figure out what it was, you know? Oh, sorry, I muted for the phone call, but I'm back. Oh, I didn't dump. God damn it. Oh, I didn't know about the Homeward Journey potion. That's cool. Kind of expensive. Good alchemy. Here we go. Somebody fucking tried to shoot Trump at the dinner. You can hear the shots, I think. Yeah, it was like, what the fuck was that? These guys are reacting so slow. Wow, they go and guard him with their bodies. This is that moment. We're scared, but we're standing in front of him. It's our job. They pay us well, so I love these guys. I love these guys. They're real Americans. Did he fall? No, he had like a stroke or something. He had like a mini. He had a mini event here. He had a heart murmur or something. Look. He did. He fell down. He's an old man and he fell. Poor Trump. He fell. Oh, they pushed him, I think. And he fell. Hells yeah, get the guys with the M16s out and guard that motherfucker. Do your jobs. I love seeing this. This is American ingenuity. Look at it. Like, they're actually really controlling this situation.
Scars of Honor is an upcoming MMORPG.
At least he wasn't shocked. I really don't want it this way. I'm actually I'd be more afraid if it happened than if it didn't. Because it's like, right now we know we can get by. We can maybe live through this. If he dies, it'll probably just cause a civil war. And we don't know if we can live through that. So I don't want it this way. I've said it on my stream so many different fucking times. I don't want it this way. I won't wish it on him. I don't want it this way. And it brings tears when I think about it. No politician in our country should be shot violently just for his beliefs or something. I don't know. Anyways. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm going to get back to work. Fucking A.
Being developed by Bulgarian studio Beast Burst Entertainment, looking to deliver a high fantasy World of Warcraft and Path of Exile inspired experience. There has been some hype around the project as there is a lot of potential here. With a very open development, this game has already obtained a large and growing following of people desperate for the next MMO who are trying to figure out if this is their last hope for a good MMO or their last cope. So hello gamers.
Scars of Honor,
I hope
huh?
everyone still MMO homeless is having a nice day. Today we are taking a look at Scars of Honor and discussing what you need to know. Apparently about half of you aren't even aware of what this MMO is, which I did not expect, so I figured I'd do a quick video breaking this MMO down and providing my thoughts. And what a great time to do so, as the playtest is soon at the time of this video. Scars of Honor will have an open playtest from April 30th to May 11th on Steam.
Oh yeah?
And you can also
Open playtest, huh? Scars of Honor.
There, you can also click the request access button, which will be around this area here, so that way you can get into the upcoming playtest.
I want to do that.
There will be chapters for this video and timestamps available in the description below. If you're new here, please consider subscribing for more and leave a like on the video if you like breakdowns like this. There's a lot I want to discuss, so let's go ahead and get into it. So what exactly is Scars of Honor? Scars of Honor is a free-to-play, no pay-to-win MMO promising to deliver a living world. The game, and as a result, all footage you see, is of course a work in progress as the studio creeps towards early access with a current ETA of early access in 2027. As I mentioned, the developers have stated the game is heavily World of Warcraft inspired, and this is perhaps easy to tell just from looking at it, right? There's also a lot of Path of Exile influence, and you'll see this in the skill trees, but we'll get into that shortly. There will be a two-faction system, with the two factions being the Sacred Order and the Domination, each with their own associated races. As a member of the Sacred Order, you can choose from being a human, Sun Elf, Dark Elf, or a Baron. As a member of the Domination, you can choose from an Orc, Infernal Demon, Undead, and and Grontar. Each race can choose from specific class options as depicted in this graphic here. Feel free to pause and take a screenshot and let me know how you feel about this design choice. So what are the classes, you may be wondering? Let's start with the classes that will be available in the upcoming playtest, and that's the Paladin, Druid, Mage, and Ranger.
It's just a WoW
we'll also
clone.
be getting our hand on
Maybe the
Warrior,
combat's better though.
Assassin, Necromancer, Mystic, Pirate, and Priest for a total of 10 classes. The game features a tab target
Priest, huh?
combat with no auto
Tab
attacks
target.
and very crisp movement. From trailers and watching
Wow.
gameplay, the combat seems fine, but of course, combat can feel different once you actually get your hands on it, right? Anything can look good in a trailer or a preview. The developer often cites WoW for a lot of inspiration, including for combat and closer to more of a retail WoW. So what makes Scars different? A WoW clone in 2026 is sort of undesirable and not necessary when you could just go play World of Warcraft. And this is something the creative director acknowledges. And one of the main differences is, well, Scars. Scars are one of the features I'm curious about and I'm very hyped for. These are a group of character-defining bonuses or spell modifications. Scars are separated into groups of 2 to 4 with only 1 Scar active per group. This is just one part of the build diversity and character customization Scars is seeming to offer. These can make a huge difference between how your character feels compared to someone else's, even if you both are the same class. Yes, there will be simple ones like stat-based ones like plus 100 armor, plus 10 vitality, plus 5 strength, 10% movement speed and such, but there's also
come on.
Your healing is increased by 50%.
I don't like the
when below
stamina.
50% health, increased movement speed and defense under a certain health, or getting a free damage shield when you drop below a certain health threshold, but only once per 30 seconds, or maybe there'll be useful ones that increase the potency of shock damage, the duration of the burning debuff, or maybe the stealth duration of assassins, increasing damage done from flank of an assassin, range of the snipe skill for the ranger, increased damage done to bleeding targets for the warrior, or maybe a scar that will allow a paladin to heal nearby allies within 5 meters for 5% of the damage that they block. There's a lot of potential with this system to make characters truly feel like your own. Scars are earned from leveling up or taking out elites and bosses, and don't worry, you can always change them out later if you change your mind. However, this isn't the only customization with your characters in Scars. Take a look at the huge Path of Exile inspired skill tree. This is perhaps what first drew my attention to Scars of Honor. One of my favorite things, not in just MMOs, but gaming in general, is build diversity and customization. Games that allow you to be different, theorycraft, and bring something different to the group. Games like Path of Exile, Diablo, Enshrouded, as well as many of my favorite MMOs do a good job of this. Of course you can metagame, min-max the system, and, look up guides, but you're also able to make something of your own. Having an option to make something that's not the best, but the best for you. These skill trees, they're huge, and I say skill trees plural because each of the 10 classes will have their own skill tree, which is impressive being how intricate these skill trees are. These aren't just stats of +2 mana everywhere, but things that literally change how your active skills function and provide various passives that will help you excel at your given role. Just as a rough example, there could be a talent node that takes your basic mage fireball and augments it so that it's now an AoE, and then maybe you can further invest into that same skill with another talent so that fireball leaves a lava pool under your opponent afterwards, but you gotta really invest into that skill or maybe that section of the skill tree, right? The center of the skill tree will be your start and how you typically will get to things for your role. The Paladin, for example, has important paths from the beginning, and that will determine which direction you want to go, like if you want to be more catered to a healer, a DPS, or a tank. And of course you can go multiple directions, but obviously no one can reach all the talents available, so there is some fun opportunity cost with each decision you make. Last but certainly not least, something that I feel can be quite unique and excite a lot of you. The most alluring feature, perhaps even more than the skill tree, is that concept of dynamic procedural dungeons. The layout of the dungeon will be different on every run. Every path you take will change the challenges.
I don't think that's good enough.
For example, the dungeon here on screen, the Crypt of the Fallen, will be different next time you revisit it. You also have choices in the dungeon you must make, and each choice acts as a modifier, acting as both a bonus and a penalty. There's a lot they can do with this. Maybe rewards are increased and you get a 5% crit chance bonus for everybody during that dungeon, but now the spiders all do an explosion on death that deals damage while applying a poison that reduces your healing received, a give and a take. These dungeons increase in difficulty as they scale up, making it a little bit tougher for those higher difficulty runs, making it longer first of all, but also adding more rooms and tougher challenges. This is a concept that I feel the MMO genre is missing. It's perhaps a better version of what New World introduced in Season 10 with their procedural dungeons, I think called Catacombs, and those had a set timer and then you had to escape, but this is a lot different. We've all done the same dungeon over 10 times to farm loot, gain XP or whatever. The encounters eventually get bland, right? You know what's around every corner. You know what's in every room, what spawns here, where it spawns, where the boss is, and etc., etc. MMOs often lack that replayability factor when it comes to dungeons, aside from doing a hard mode. So this seems to be an innovative concept. Now, they will have raids, which will have more storytelling and be more of your kind of set thing, like your traditional thing. And so do keep that in mind. Now, let's discuss the developers and why I've stayed away from Scars of Honor up until now. Well, first off, I wanted to wait to cover this MMO in depth closer to when it'll actually be playable, and then I saw the poll where most of you weren't aware of it existing. And as most of you know, I covered and was excited about Ashes of Creation until we all got Sharifed, and many things about Scars felt too familiar for me to jump into it, really look into it. I've learned a lesson of following an MMO way before it's ready to launch, and it's just never a good time.
I've been there, buddy.
Development, promises of a world where your choices will affect things, seeing the same names from the Ashes community in the Scars of Honor community, seeing the same creators who interviewed the creative director Steven Sharif, interviewed the creative director of the Scars of Honor, and of course a passionate and approachable creative director. All these things just, felt too familiar. Which maybe that's not a bad thing, but it just felt too familiar, right? Their creative director, Venelin, streams the game and development process every Sunday on his Twitch, answering questions and concerns, and he does seem like a great guy. However, there is a lot of huge and notable differences between this and following Ashes, and that's in the CEO themselves. The creative director of Scars of Honor has been upfront about funding, been upfront about seeking more investors. He doesn't overpromise and overhype and only shows what is real and actually readily available in the game. I've watched interviews and he's never afraid to say, hey, I can't answer that right now, or this is still in development and may change, which I respect, rather than promising 179 systems that, they haven't even started work on, It's a different approach that I respect, even if you don't get the answer you want.
Docking permission requested.
A real answer, you get a truth. This is definitely an MMO I'm looking forward to, but I remain cautiously optimistic because the irony is Ashes left me scarred. Okay, I'm sorry,
Docking
I'm a dad. I couldn't
requested.
resist that joke, you guys. In conclusion, Scars of Honor, while taking heavy inspiration from the genre, is also looking to deliver a unique experience with innovative
Autopilot
features. This
disabled.
target MMO is once again
Waypoint
free to play with no pay to win in a cosmetics cash shop. And best part is they're not asking for hundreds of dollars just for you to play early or anything like that. It's a free to play game. You don't have to pay to get into the playtest, right? The first of many playtests starts soon on April 30th, so be sure to wishlist on Steam. This is just essentially a network test, or rather just a test, so don't look at it as a beta, right? But this should be worth checking out. Here's a graphic on what to expect with the test, but comment your thoughts below and leave some feedback for the developers. Don't forget to like the video as it helps others to find it, and make sure you're subscribed for more. Let me know if you'd like to see me cover more Scars of Honor on the channel, and check out the upcoming playtest, maybe check it out live, and yeah. Thank you so much to our Patreon and YouTube channel members that you've been seeing on screen. Thank you so much for watching. It's been nice.
Wow. Fuck did he go? Oh, oops. Ah, did I miss you? Fucking asshole. I love this game, honestly. Oh, I have to find something else. Damn it. Go. Oh, I don't have my sword out. Go. Fuck. Fucking annoying. No to pass. Oh god. I like this game. It reminds me of Dark Souls. When the TTK is right. God damn it, I can't aim. It's driving me crazy. Ugh. How did it not hit him? How did it not hit him? Oh, God. What? Oh. Fucking annoying. There's two of them. Did he aggro? Oh, you can just auto aim? Okay, I didn't realize. Oh, good. I've hurt the Savage Boar a lot. No, don't kill me. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Fucker. Oh. Fun as hell. I'm not using the auto target is the problem. I'll just use the auto target. Fuck it. I didn't realize you could auto target with the gun. I've been like stressing my arm trying to land those shots, and I should just leave my arm be. I could just auto aim. Fuck it. It's an easy game. I forgot there was an auto aim. Oops. I have to refill my lamp. I don't see it. Oops. No, this was empty. I already got this, huh? There's the other one. I don't know. I didn't like this about Nightingale, and I don't really like this. It's better than Nightingale, I think. It's not that, is it? No, I don't think so. Where is this thing? I don't like hunting for shit like this. Where are you? I've been all over this place. Where? What the fuck else? Where else could it be? What? I don't know. Where is this? It's not that big of a fucking place. Where is this? Some pile crates. I don't know. I don't know. False wall or something? I really don't know. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything here. I've seen this whole place. Where is this thing? Shouldn't be this hard. Where is this thing? There, easy enough chest. Where's the other one? I don't understand how I haven't found this. Oh, no, that doesn't appear to be it. Fucking annoying. I have 156 plant fiber? Damn, yes I do. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I mean, I don't see this fucking thing. And this is like a side quest, I guess. I don't know. No, this is just an, no, because it's XP. I do need this, but I don't see what they're indicating. God damn it. The abandoned Buccaneer warehouse. In Windrose, I can't find the second chest in the Buccaneer... A bit... In Windrose, I can't find the second chest in the abandoned Buccaneer warehouse. I don't know, man. I've searched everywhere. It's eluding me. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know you did stuff like that. Damn it. What do? I guess I eat my thing. And I throw out this stone, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take this silver ingots. Ooh, silver ingots. Alright, on to the next guy. Our next monument. It's a fun game, but it's not my style. That's a mine, and I guess I can mine out the mine, but I don't think I need to. There's probably mobs in there, but they don't give XP. On to see what the rest of this island is. Or well, yeah, I'm gonna take a ride home because I'm full. And but this is the beach. Ooh, I aggro like boars or something, or sure dodo. Wait, does it look even cooler now? It's like less. I think it's even shinier now. Nice. Well, I don't see the point of running the beach, and I guess I could sail east. I've finished that whole thing, but I do need 2 things up there, so I think I will just teleport to that. But I'll dump my loot first. I'll do the catch. Fuck it. Catch. I guess I will play catch up for a while. I can't travel. Okay, I have to drop. Blunderbuss. Ooh, it's raining. Cool storm. In Windrose, can I remove a fast travel bell? No. In the game Windrose, can I remove the fast travel build. Oh, okay, if you destroy it. Oh, that's cool. Beautiful. Wow, Lossless really likes this game. I feel probably because it does need improvement. Wow, that smoke looks really good. Okay, so now I go back out. I gotta go to the fast travel. I will pick up this fast travel point. Because I'm done with this side of the island, I guess. I like that. So cool, you can just summon a huge fucking boat. I'm like stuck and I can't tell on what. You are stuck so fucking bad. I want you to summon. Yeah, you're like fucked up. You're like stuck. It's annoying. The game is so good. Ugh, get out of my way.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
I'm starting to really like this game. I just needed to spend some time with it. I couldn't tell. Oh, oh. Oh no! Ah! Oh! Just run, just run, just run.
Approaching station.
Buccaneer training. Challenge completed, huh? $20.73, I crit him. Somehow.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Oh.
Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
I love this game. For one thing, it's kind of mindless. You can just mindlessly move forward in the grind. I'll put my rope away. I gotta set up my fucking arm. Oh, it's time to feed the cat. I didn't realize. Oh, maybe I should actually exit. Yeah, let's exit so I don't die. Yeah, we have a good spawn, so if I die doing this stuff, I can just run back. And I want to feed my cat, and I'm gonna go get my laundry. Gonna step away for just a minute to go get my laundry and feed my cat. Like 5 minutes. BRB. Oh. Okay. Okay, let's feed this kitty. Yeah, it's dinner time. Dinner time for kitty time. Dinner time for kitty time. Peanut butter jelly time. Dinner time for kitty time. You know I got you. Yeah, okay. So, it's time to feed this kitty. Turn some lights on here. Yeah, we're gonna feed you, you hungry kitty. I think you are, yeah. Alright, well. Let's get you. Yep. It's that time, kitty. Rory. Rory. Yeah? Did you get a mouse today? Did you do some hunting? I think you probably did, huh? Yep. Yep. We got you, kitty. We got you. Just make sure it's all sanitary. Okay. Yeah. Okay, you ready? Okay. Oh, I love it when you trill. That's so cute. Okay, sissy. Okay, sissy. Okay, we're gonna get you. Yeah, okay, sissy, alright. It's that time. You ready? Okay, beautiful sissy, here's your food. Enjoy. Get you some fresh water here. Oh, my God. All this. Okay. Here's water. kibble for you, sissy. Okay. Now, this one, sit on the side of the seat. Trash. Okay. Okay. Now, I need to bring the trash can here. Scoop the box. Okay. Oh, I probably need that litter. You know, I would like to dump it, honestly. Can I carry this? I could carry the whole trash can and just dump that motherfucker. Fucking real litter entirely. Okay, so I don't know. The litter looks okay. God damn, this is hard. Put in your box, sissy. Good kid. Okay, this is the upstairs. I should probably take the recycle tube today. Ouch. Oh. So, yeah, it would be behooving to dump this. That's a nice load. Yeah, this is a good manageable load. Get my laundry. Oh, I don't want you to disconnect. I'm just gonna hit the space bar. Okay. got me some food for you, sissy. Hey, sissy. Sissy, look. Got some food for you, sissy. You want a treat? Come on, sissy. No? Alright. You don't have to. Okay. And more recycled box for tomorrow's load. More recycle. How's this doing? Good. Now, I'm not hungry, but I would like a drink, so I'll mix a drink. Don't disconnect me. Don't disconnect me. I'm not hungry yet, but I'll have sausages when I do, I think. I don't know. Yeah. I'll probably do sausages. Maybe some fruit. I know. Okay, back in here if you should need me. I'm gonna get back to the quest grind now. Fuck, my lantern went out. The hell? I can't see where they are. Now let's try and get to that thing. I didn't make it. That's probably really bad. They look awesome. Oh no, that's bad. 7. Why do I have rocks? Oh god damn, no. I'm out of bullets. Oops. Nice. One of two. I'm going to have a sip of my screwdriver here. I'm going to slow drink all night, but I don't have a lot of alcohol. Quite good. That's a good screwdriver. Nice and stiff. Like my penis. So... oh, I aggroed something, did I? Where the hell is it? Oh, oops. I am out of... Am I seriously out of ammo? Yeah, I'm out of ammo. Annoying. Oh, don't die. Oh, come on. Fucking annoying. At least I set myself up well. Where did my other stack of food go? Where the hell is that? Oh, it might be in that monument. I forgot that I left stuff there in the boxes, yeah. Make me a workbench. Well, I suppose I don't need a workbench, really. I just need to go back to town. I forgot to make bullets. Bullets. Oh, yeah, wait, is that bullets? Yes, it is. It's stone bullets. I'm going to take 2 stacks of them and use them. Yeah, great. And then put you and you away. Stack bandages. We're going to look around for potions. That's a minor healing potion, but I kind of need like a major healing potion. There we go. Healing potions. Maybe 2 stacks of them, huh? Oh, I need to figure out what happened to my food, or just replace it. Yeah, I'll take one of those. Is what I'll do. Okay, now is that big on? Yes, it is. What's up? Fuck was that? Oh, I went to the wrong thing. I went to the wrong thing. Damn it. Ooh, sweet potatoes. The hell is that? It's a wharf, yeah. I love this game. Walk. Huh. Well... No, you can only ride it a couple of times? Okay. Yeah, did I put my dinner in here? No, I don't know. It's like gone or whatever. I don't know. So, I will stash more stuff since I'm here because I want room for loot. And we're a bit more fucking equipped to deal with these problems. I need rope. That's going to take grass. Oh, shit. Ah. Oh, ah. Fuck you, Dodo. I love this game. It does keep you really, really occupied like New World. Oh. God damn it. Oh. Oops. Cool, look at her eyes. No, no, I don't want to die again. It takes so long. It takes so long. Ah. Fucking annoying. Some Baga ingots and a minor spear thrower's ring. Increased pierce damage. I don't think I like this ring, but... Crude damage. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, we finished this one. I need to refill my lanterns. And pull this basket. Yeah, that sucks. I pretty much have to go home. It does suck. Well, I have to go home. The fastest way to do that is probably running back to the camp, really. And that sucks, but at least I'm done with this place and I only have to come back here one time. The game's quite fun. I'm really cottoning to it.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't like this, the inventory space. It's not good enough. Iron pickaxe.
Approaching Stargate.
my inventory is pretty full again. Let's go and get full, and we'll at least set up at the monument.
Autopilot jumping. Walking to Stargate. Warp drive.
That was way
active.
easier. Yeah, iron pickaxe for sulfur to make gunpowder.
Approaching Stargate.
This game's good. Why did we waste 4?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Okay, I finished this island. Now we go to this island. That island doesn't have a fast travel, so because he broke it, so we'll have to travel there. I should turn on the music, because it's a good game. It has good music. Oh, that's the waves, wow.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Helm's yours, Captain. Ease the sails.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Captain at the helm. More sail, more speed.
No, they're gonna sink this boat. I don't have guns on this boat. What the hell? No, don't kill this ship, no. It's dead, it's gonna sink. Ah, oh, damn it, man. Fucking annoying. Fucking assholes. Ugh. Oh, damn it. Oh, that's all it takes? Oh, thank God. I've gotta equip this gunship.
The body endures more than we think.
Game ending. Oh, I have to relaunch the game. Session limit. Okay, that's okay. Why a session limit? Oh well, probably because of memory leak. Oh look, I got a storyline. Except, no, we'll do this once we're done. So.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh look, it finally has HDR. I wouldn't do that before. I should put a micro warp drive in this thing. It doesn't really need one though. Oh, am I out of battery? I think I am.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This cord, I don't think it's charging it.
Approaching Stargate.
There we go. Okay. Now, I need to equip guns on the boat, which I guess is the oh no, I don't know, is that the wharf or what, the workbench? No, I don't know where you do that. I think there's a bench.
Observation precedes understanding.
Animal products, spinning wheel, jewelry table. Oops. Oh, right, I was doing ammo.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.